Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences, real encounters, carefully curated and adapted with a light touch to preserve what happened and deepen the hush around it. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell to catch new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Quiet, literary horror shaped from true accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I remember the exact moment I realized something was terribly wrong. Because the mountain had gone quiet, it was late afternoon, and the 4 of us were following a narrow trail that wound through a rocky section of high country. My younger brother Ethan was between our mother and stepfather. I was a little farther ahead. The trail wasn't difficult, but it wasn't easy either. Loose stones shifted underfoot, and patches of exposed roots crossed the path where the terrain steepened. Ethan wasn't supposed to be there at all. He suffered from a severe medical condition that drained his energy quickly. Most days, walking across a parking lot could leave him exhausted. Long hikes were completely out of character for him, but he had insisted on joining us. The trail we chose was short and gentle by local standards, and everyone agreed we could turn around whenever he got tired. For most of the afternoon, he surprised us. He moved slowly, but he kept moving. I remember looking back several times and seeing him smiling despite the effort. He looked small among the boulders and pine trees, but he seemed happy. About halfway through the walk, we reached a fork where the trail widened briefly, before narrowing again. Around a rocky outcrop, that was where everything started. My mother stopped to adjust something in her backpack. Ethan had been walking beside her. A few moments later, he announced that he wanted to go back. Not back to the trailhead, back to Mom. At first, nobody understood what he meant. He had wandered a short distance ahead with my stepfather and me, then apparently decided he wanted to return to where he thought our mother was still standing. The problem was that she had already started moving again. The separation probably lasted less than a minute, maybe less. By the time we realized he wasn't behind us anymore, he had vanished. We called his name immediately. No answer. We searched both directions along the trail. Nothing. At first, nobody panicked. Children sometimes duck behind rocks or trees. We assumed he had wandered a short distance and would reappear any second. Minutes passed, then more minutes. The mountain suddenly felt much larger. My stepfather jogged back down the trail while my mother searched ahead. I stayed near the fork, yelling Ethan's name until my throat hurt. Nothing answered except distant birds. The daylight began slipping away. Within an hour, local authorities had been contacted. Within 2 hours, the search had grown dramatically. People arrived carrying radios, maps, and equipment. Search teams spread across the mountain. Volunteers joined them. Vehicles lined the access roads below. Everyone asked the same questions. What was he wearing? When was he last seen? Could he have hidden somewhere? Could he have followed another trail? The answers only made the situation worse. Ethan was physically incapable of traveling very far. At least that was what everyone believed. The terrain surrounding us was brutal. Steep slopes fell away from the established path. Loose rock fields stretched through the forest. Thick brush filled ravines. Even healthy adults struggled moving through some areas, and night was coming. The temperature dropped rapidly after sunset. Searchers carried lights that flickered among the trees. As darkness settled over the mountain, I remember standing beside one of the command vehicles and listening to the radio traffic. Teams searched drainage areas. Teams searched rocky ledges. Teams searched game trails. Nothing. The strangest development came later that evening. Specialized search animals were brought in. Everyone expected progress once they arrived. Instead, confusion deepened. The animals reached the point where Ethan had last been seen. Then they seemed unable to continue. Handlers repeated the process. The result remained the same. There was no obvious scent trail leading away from the location, at least none that anyone could follow. People discussed possibilities quietly near the command post. Maybe wind conditions had affected the area. Maybe the rocky terrain complicated things. Maybe there had been contamination from so many searchers. Reasonable explanations existed. Still, I remember the expressions on several faces. They looked puzzled. The night became long and miserable. Search teams continued working through the darkness. My mother never stopped looking. Every time someone returned from a search sector, she rushed toward them hoping for news. Every time the answer was no, midnight passed. Then the early morning hours. The mountain felt endless. I tried imagining Ethan somewhere nearby, waiting to be found, but every scenario frightened me. His medical condition alone should have left him exhausted long before sunset. The rough terrain should have stopped him completely. The cold should have affected him. Everything pointed toward a child needing immediate help, yet nobody could find any sign of him. The first gray light of morning arrived. After one of the longest nights of my life, fresh search teams prepared to continue. Maps were updated, new areas were assigned, people drank coffee and spoke in low voices. Then everything changed. A radio transmission crackled through the command area. I couldn't hear every word. I only saw the sudden reactions. Heads turned, conversations stopped. Someone repeated a location. Another person asked for confirmation. Then people started moving, fast. For several seconds, nobody explained what had happened. Then word spread. Campers had found a child. A young boy had wandered into their campsite, alive, safe, apparently cheerful. The relief hit so hard it almost hurt. People cried openly. My mother collapsed into someone's arms. The nightmare was over. At least that should have been the end. But the details that followed created a different kind of unease. The campsite wasn't close. It wasn't even remotely close. The distance between the point of disappearance and the campsite forced everyone to check the information repeatedly. The location was correct. The campers were certain. The boy was Ethan, and he had somehow reached an area that experienced search personnel struggled to explain. The route between those locations crossed rough mountain terrain, not established hiking trails, not easy walking, difficult ground, rocky slopes, dense sections of forest, areas that would challenge healthy adults. Yet Ethan had appeared there the following morning. When rescuers reached him, they found him smiling. He wasn't injured. He wasn't frightened. He wasn't suffering from exposure. He seemed remarkably normal considering the circumstances. Another detail stood out immediately. His shoes were gone. So was his upper clothing. Given the temperature overnight, that should have been a serious problem. Instead, he appeared comfortable. Searchers examined him carefully. Other than being dirty and tired, he was fine. Everyone wanted answers. The campers were interviewed. Search personnel reviewed timelines. People tried reconstructing possible routes. Nothing fit neatly. Ethan himself offered little help. He was young. His explanations were simple. He didn't describe a dramatic ordeal. He didn't talk about surviving a difficult journey. He acted almost as though the entire experience had been ordinary. That was perhaps the strangest part. The adults surrounding him viewed the previous 18 hours as a crisis. For Ethan, it seemed more like an unexpected adventure. In the days afterward, conversations continued. Some people insisted there had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps he had followed an obscure path. Perhaps searchers had simply missed him. Perhaps circumstances aligned in an unlikely way. Those explanations certainly sounded reasonable. The alternative required accepting something far more difficult, that a child with severe physical limitations had crossed terrain that should have stopped him almost immediately, that he had somehow avoided search teams throughout an enormous operation, that trained search animals had failed to identify where he went, and that he had emerged many hours later in a location nobody expected. I still prefer ordinary explanations. I think most people do. But every time I remember that mountain, certain details remain stubbornly unchanged. The fork in the trail, the brief separation, the immediate search, the cold night, the missing scent trail, the distant campsite, and Ethan smiling in the morning light without shoes, without a shirt, and somehow completely unharmed. Years later, I can still picture the place where he disappeared. When I look at maps of that mountain and trace the distance between those two locations, I find myself staring at the terrain for a long time. The rocks, the slopes, the forest, the cold darkness of that night all remain exactly where they were. The only thing that has never made sense is how my little brother crossed all of it and arrived smiling at a campsite nobody expected him to reach. The first thing I remember is the jacket. It was lying on a patch of pale stone between scattered boulders high above the tree line, bright enough to catch the eye from a helicopter window. By the time it was found, nearly a week had passed since Tyler disappeared. I was 14 when it happened. Even now, years later, I still see that jacket whenever snow starts falling in the mountains. Our church youth group had spent the weekend at a campground tucked into a high valley surrounded by forests and granite slopes. It was one of those places families returned to every summer. There were hiking trails, fishing spots, and campsites spread among tall pines. Most of us knew each other well. Tyler was 9. He was the kind of kid who wandered ahead to look at interesting rocks, or stopped to watch squirrels race through trees. He wasn't reckless. He was just young and curious. The morning he vanished began perfectly. The sky was clear. Sunlight spilled across the valley. The air was cool but comfortable. Nobody expected the weather to change. After breakfast, Tyler and his father decided to take a short walk along a trail near the campground. It wasn't supposed to be an expedition. They weren't climbing a mountain or venturing deep into the wilderness, just a quick walk. At some point, they stopped along the trail. Tyler's father later explained that camp wasn't far away, and Tyler wanted to return while he continued a little farther. It seemed harmless. People make decisions like that every day. Tyler turned back alone. His father continued down the trail. That was the last confirmed moment anyone saw him. When Tyler failed to return to camp, nobody panicked immediately. The campground wasn't huge. Everyone assumed he had wandered to another site or gotten distracted. An hour passed, then another. The atmosphere changed. Adults started searching nearby trails. Volunteers spread through the campground calling his name. Rangers were notified. By late afternoon, the entire valley felt different. I remember standing near the main road watching trucks arrive, search and rescue teams, deputies, forest personnel, people carrying maps and radios. The confidence everyone felt that morning was gone. Night arrived cold and fast. Flashlights moved through the trees like drifting stars. The search continued without interruption. The next morning, helicopters appeared. By then, hundreds of people were involved. The operation grew larger every day. Teams searched creek beds. They searched steep slopes. They searched meadows, forests, and rocky ridges. Volunteers formed lines and walked shoulder to shoulder through vast sections of terrain. Nothing. No footprints. No discarded items. No signs of where he had gone. What made everything worse was the weather. The mountains changed almost overnight. Rain moved into the valley. Temperatures dropped. Then snow arrived. Fresh snow-covered areas that had already been searched and complicated efforts everywhere else. Helicopters faced limited visibility. Searchers struggled through mud one day and freezing conditions the next. Every morning, people hoped for a breakthrough. Every evening, they returned exhausted. Nothing. The absence of evidence became its own kind of nightmare. The terrain surrounding the campground was difficult enough for experienced hikers. Dense forest concealed small depressions and ravines. Above the trees, enormous boulder fields stretched across slopes where visibility could change dramatically depending on weather and light. Yet despite thousands of hours of searching, Tyler seemed to have vanished completely. I remember hearing adults talk quietly near campfires after dark. Their voices always carried the same question: how could a child disappear so completely? Nobody had an answer. The days blended together. Search teams rotated in and out. Community volunteers continued arriving. Restaurants donated food. Churches organized support. People who had never met Tyler showed up simply because they couldn't imagine giving up. His family remained at the center of it all. His father looked years older within a single week. His mother rarely left the command area. His siblings stayed close to relatives while adults tried to shield them from conversations no child should hear. Hope slowly transformed into something heavier, something harder to name. After 7 days, Officials announced a change in the operation. The search would continue in a different capacity. The rescue mission was being downgraded to a recovery effort. I remember the silence that followed. Everyone understood what those words meant. Nobody wanted to hear them, yet there was still no physical evidence, no trail, no explanation, only uncertainty. Searches continued beyond that point, but the scale gradually decreased. Volunteers returned home. Equipment was packed away. The helicopters stopped coming. The valley eventually returned to normal, at least on the surface. For the families who lived there and the people who had participated in the search, normal never truly returned. The campground installed additional information signs. Local groups reviewed emergency procedures. Search organizations studied every detail of the operation. Maps were updated. Communication plans improved. Training methods changed. The disappearance left a permanent mark on the community. For Tyler's family, the loss remained impossible to escape. Birthdays arrived, school years passed, holidays came and went. Every milestone carried the same unanswered question. The uncertainty became part of daily life. A year later, many people were still talking about him. Then it happened again. When news spread that another child had gone missing in the same region, panic swept through the area almost instantly. I was older then, but I remember the reaction clearly. Nobody hesitated. People remembered Tyler. They remembered the weather. They remembered the endless searches and the terrible feeling of not knowing. This time, authorities mobilized with remarkable speed. Information moved faster. Resources were deployed sooner. Volunteers understood exactly what was needed. Everyone seemed determined to prevent history from repeating itself. Search teams entered the field immediately. Command structures that had been refined after Tyler's disappearance were activated. Experienced personnel coordinated efforts from the beginning. The weather was again becoming dangerous. The terrain was again unforgiving. For a while, it felt terrifyingly familiar. Then word spread through the command center. The child had been found alive. I can still remember the relief. People cried openly. Strangers hugged each other. Exhausted searchers smiled for the first time in days. The rescue did not erase what had happened to Tyler. Nothing could. But many people believed the lessons learned from that earlier tragedy played a direct role in saving another life. That idea mattered. It gave meaning to years of grief. It created a purpose that hadn't existed before. The community continued honoring Tyler's memory long afterward. Search and rescue organizations referenced the case during training. Families visiting the mountains became more aware of how quickly conditions could change. His story never disappeared. Neither did the questions. Years later, I returned to the area. The campground looked smaller than I remembered. The trees seemed taller. The valley was quiet. I walked part of the trail where Tyler had last been seen. The weather was clear. Birds moved through the branches. Nothing felt unusual. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the landscape was holding on to something. Not an answer. Just an absence, a space where certainty should have been. I eventually climbed to a ridge overlooking the rocky slopes above the forest. The afternoon sun illuminated scattered boulders stretching toward distant peaks. Somewhere among terrain like that, searchers had found the jacket, one item, one clue, nothing more. I stood there for a long time looking across the mountains, thinking about a child who turned back toward camp on a bright morning and never arrived, while far below the valley carried on beneath the silent stone and snow. I was helping coordinate a volunteer search when they found him. That's the part people always focus on when I tell this story. Not that I knew him for years. Not that I'd hunted the same stretches of forest with him every autumn. Not that he was the kind of man who could identify an animal from a broken twig and tell you what direction it had traveled. What people remember is that I was there when they pulled him from the water. The search started on an evening that should have been ordinary. We had driven deep into a remote section of forest, the kind of place where the nearest road was far enough away that silence became its own sound. The river wound through steep banks and dense timber. By late afternoon, the shadows had already begun stretching across the ground. There were only 2 men at the camp, my friend Daniel and another hunter named Mark. Daniel was the most experienced outdoorsman I ever knew. He spent more time in wilderness than most people spent in their own living rooms. If anyone could navigate unfamiliar terrain, it was him. That evening, they were preparing dinner when they realized they needed more water. The river wasn't far from camp. Daniel grabbed a container and told Mark he'd be back in a few minutes. He walked into the trees. That was the last confirmed sighting of him. At first, Mark wasn't concerned. 10 minutes became 20. 20 became 40. Darkness thickened between the trunks when Daniel still hadn't returned after an hour. Mark left camp and followed the route toward the river. He found nothing. No flashlight beam, no voice, no movement, just the sound of water somewhere beyond the darkness. By midnight, park rangers had been notified. The first search teams arrived before sunrise. I joined later that morning. The entire situation felt wrong from the beginning. The distance between camp and the river was short. Daniel knew the terrain well enough to handle much worse conditions. Everyone assumed we'd find him quickly. Instead, the forest seemed to swallow him. Trackers searched the ground around camp. Nothing. They searched the riverbank. Nothing. Search dogs were brought in. I've watched tracking dogs work before. They're incredible animals. Give them a scent and they'll pull handlers through terrain that looks impossible. Not this time. The dogs picked up Daniel's scent near camp. Then the trail simply stopped. The handlers tried again and again. Each attempt ended the same way. No clear direction. No established trail. No sign of where he had gone. That disturbed experienced search personnel more than they wanted to admit. A person doesn't simply vanish in a forest. They leave footprints, broken branches, scuffed dirt, something, but every search line returned with the same report. Nothing. The second day brought helicopters. Searchers spread across miles of terrain. The weather remained cool. Nights dropped close to freezing. Every hour mattered. We kept expecting someone to radio in with good news. Instead, the silence continued as daylight faded. I stood beside one of the rangers overlooking a valley. The forest rolled away in every direction, endless and dark. I remember feeling a strange pressure in my chest. Not fear, confusion. Daniel wasn't reckless. He wasn't inexperienced. The circumstances simply didn't fit the person. The third day was worse. Search teams expanded farther from camp. People began discussing possibilities nobody wanted to consider. An injury, a fall, exposure. The kind of conversations that happen when optimism starts running out. I spent most of that day walking search grids. The terrain was exhausting. Thick brush grabbed at clothing. Fallen timber forced constant detours. Small streams cut through unexpected places. Several times I stopped and looked around. Everything looked the same. Trees, shadows, brush, distance. I could understand how a person might become disoriented if panic set in. But Daniel, that remained difficult to accept. The fourth day arrived cold and gray. By then, dozens of volunteers had joined. People from neighboring communities showed up to help. Some brought horses. Others carried radios and maps. Everyone wanted to find him. No one could understand why there were still no signs. Late that afternoon, a team working far beyond the original search area reported a possible discovery. The radio traffic changed immediately. Voices became shorter, more focused. Vehicles moved. Personnel redirected. I remember the drive more clearly than I remember the actual recovery. The location was astonishing. Miles from where Daniel had disappeared. Far beyond where anyone initially expected him to be. The terrain between camp and that location was difficult even for healthy hikers, yet somehow he had reached it. When I arrived, rangers were already securing the area. A shallow section of water sat near the edge of a wooded clearing. That's where they found him. At first glance, the scene raised more questions than answers. His essential cold weather clothing was missing. His lower legs showed severe trauma, consistent with extensive travel through harsh terrain. The injuries weren't difficult to imagine after seeing the landscape he'd crossed. Brush, rock, water, deadfall, mile after mile of obstacles. What investigators couldn't explain immediately was how he had traveled so far, or why. Medical examiners later determined he had not drowned. The water where he was found wasn't responsible for his death. The official conclusion was physical exhaustion combined with exposure. By the time he entered the water, he was already beyond recovery. That finding should have provided answers. Instead, it created more uncertainty, because if exhaustion killed him, then the real question remained unanswered. What had driven him across such an enormous distance? Why hadn't he returned to camp? Why hadn't anyone found tracks? Why had trained dogs lost his trail? Over the following months, countless theories circulated. People suggested injury, others suggested confusion brought on by darkness. Some believed he became turned around while searching for a better route. Every explanation addressed part of the story. None addressed all of it. Years have passed since then. The search equipment has been packed away. The reports were filed. The investigation ended. Officially, the case is understood. A man became disoriented in wilderness terrain, traveled under increasing physical distress, and eventually succumbed to exhaustion and exposure. That's the conclusion recorded in the records. Yet whenever I revisit that forest, I find myself remembering the details that never fit together. The short walk to collect water, the immediate disappearance, the complete absence of tracks, the dogs that couldn't find a direction, the impossible distance, the place where he was finally recovered. I still stand near that river sometimes during hunting season. The current moves slowly there. The trees lean over the banks exactly as they did then. Evening shadows still arrive early beneath the canopy. Every time the light begins fading, I imagine Daniel stepping away from camp with a water container in his hand, expecting to be gone only a few minutes. Then I picture the vast stretch of wilderness that lay between that moment and where we eventually found him. And even now, after all these years, that distance feels larger than the miles marked on any map. The first time I saw the lights, I wrote them off as reflections. It was late autumn, and rain had been falling across the county for most of the week. The roads were slick, the ditches were full, and every passing vehicle seemed to drag a curtain of mist behind it. I had been a law enforcement officer for nearly 12 years at that point. Strange reports came across the radio all the time. Most of them turned into misunderstandings before sunrise. That night felt no different. I was driving a rural patrol route that wound through low hills and scattered industrial properties on the edge of town. The rain had eased into a steady drizzle. My headlights cut through the darkness in narrow tunnels of white. I noticed the first light while rounding a bend near an abandoned service road. At first glance, it looked like a distant aircraft. Then it stopped, not slowed, not turned, stopped. The light hung motionless above the hills. It pulsed faintly, growing brighter and dimmer in slow intervals. I pulled onto the shoulder and watched through the windshield. A second light appeared beside it, then a third. All three glowed with a dull white color that occasionally shifted toward blue. I radioed dispatch and asked if there were any aircraft operations in the area. There weren't. As I continued watching, the lights began moving, not in formation, not randomly. They seemed to drift independently while remaining within the same section of sky. One accelerated abruptly. It crossed a distance that should have taken several seconds in what looked like a fraction of that time. I remember gripping the steering wheel. I remember leaning forward. I remember checking my watch. After that, my memory breaks. The next thing I knew, my patrol vehicle was parked half a mile farther down the road. The engine was still running. Rain tapped against the windshield. My neck hurt. My watch showed nearly 2 hours had passed. I had no memory of driving there, no memory of leaving the previous location, no memory of anything that happened during that period. I searched the area immediately. Nothing seemed out of place. The lights were gone. The road was empty. I filed a report because procedure required it. But I expected the incident to be forgotten. I was wrong. 3 months later, a missing person case landed on my desk. The missing man was 48 years old, married, employed, and by every account reliable. According to his wife, he had stepped outside shortly after dusk to complete a simple household errand. He intended to be gone only a few minutes. He never returned. At first, the case followed a familiar pattern. Search teams checked roads, volunteers walked fields, relatives made calls, emergency personnel coordinated efforts with local agencies. No evidence suggested foul play. No evidence suggested an accident. No evidence suggested the man had intentionally disappeared. He was simply gone. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. The search area expanded. Tips arrived and collapsed under scrutiny. The family grew exhausted. So did the investigators. Eventually, the case shifted from a missing person inquiry into something more complicated. People started asking questions nobody could answer. Where could someone vanish without leaving a trace? Why had nobody seen him? Why had no vehicle, clothing, or personal item been found? The case sat unresolved until a civilian made a discovery that changed everything. The call came shortly after sunrise. An employee working near an industrial yard reported seeing something unusual atop one of the aggregate piles. The yard stored massive mounds of gravel and crushed stone used for construction projects. Some of the piles rose dozens of feet above ground level. The employee initially believed a mannequin had been placed on one of them as a prank. When he looked through binoculars, he contacted authorities immediately. I was among the first investigators to arrive. Rain had fallen during the night. The slopes of the aggregate pile were wet and unstable. Reaching the top required heavy equipment. When crews finally gained access, they confirmed the identity of the missing man. I still remember standing at the base of that pile, staring upward. Nothing about the scene made sense. The body showed no obvious signs of violence. His clothing was largely intact. Exposure to weather should have produced visible effects. Yet his condition appeared inconsistent with the amount of time he had been missing. The location itself raised even more questions. There were no clear tracks leading to the top, no indication he had climbed there, no evidence suggesting someone had transported him there using equipment. Workers familiar with the site insisted they would have noticed. The pile was visible from multiple angles. Heavy machinery operated nearby almost every day, yet nobody reported seeing anything. It was as though the man had simply appeared. The medical examination only deepened the mystery. Investigators documented a wound that could not be readily explained. Within it, examiners identified a substance that nobody immediately recognized. Samples were collected, reports were written, questions multiplied. The answers never arrived. The final findings attributed the death to natural cardiovascular failure. Officially, that was the end of the matter. Unofficially, nobody involved seemed satisfied. The location remained impossible to explain. The timing remained impossible to explain. The disappearance remained impossible to explain. I kept copies of the reports because something about the case bothered me, not because I believed anything extraordinary had happened, because every ordinary explanation seemed incomplete. Several months later, I attended a regional meeting involving officers from neighboring jurisdictions. During a break between presentations, conversation drifted toward unusual calls. One deputy mentioned strange lights observed over rural roads during a storm. Another officer immediately interrupted. He had seen them too. A third officer joined in, then a fourth. What caught my attention wasn't the lights themselves, it was the location. Every officer described the lights moving toward roughly the same section of countryside, the same general area connected to the industrial yard, the same area connected to the missing man. Most of the sightings occurred during late night or pre-dawn hours. The descriptions were remarkably similar. Pulsating lights, abrupt movements, unusual changes in speed. Several officers admitted they never filed formal reports because they feared ridicule. I listened quietly, then I described my own encounter. The room became very still. One deputy asked where I had been parked when I lost time. I told him. His expression changed immediately. He reached into his notebook and pointed to a location from one of his own observations. The two spots were separated by only a few miles. For the first time since the investigation began, I felt a genuine chill, not because I thought we had found an answer, because the similarities were becoming difficult to ignore. The following year, I reviewed every file related to the case again. I wanted to approach it systematically. I compared witness statements, weather records, search logs, radio traffic, medical reports, photographs. The more I reviewed, the less confident I became in any conclusion. Every piece fit the official narrative individually. Together, they formed a picture that seemed incomplete. The wound never received a satisfying explanation. The substance identified within it never produced a result that settled the issue. The body's location remained physically improbable. The lights remained unexplained. My own missing time remained unexplained. No evidence directly connected any of those events, yet they hovered around one another like fragments of the same puzzle. Years have passed since then. The industrial yard still operates. The hills remain unchanged. Rain still settles over the roads during certain seasons exactly as it did that night. Occasionally new officers hear fragments of the story and ask questions. I tell them the facts. Nothing more. The missing man stepped outside for a brief errand and never came back. Months later, he was found in a place that made no sense. Multiple officers saw strange lights over the same region. I saw them too. I lost 2 hours that I cannot account for. The official records classify the death as natural. The case is considered closed. But every time I drive those wet roads before dawn, I find myself looking toward the hills where the lights appeared, and I remember the empty stretch of pavement where 2 hours of my life simply disappeared. I don't remember getting lost. That's the part that still bothers me. People assume a child would remember wandering away, crossing a fence, following an animal, or chasing something interesting into the brush. They assume there must have been a reason, a trail of decisions, a mistake that can be retraced. I was too young to provide any answers when it happened, and by the time I was old enough to understand the questions, nobody had any explanations left. What I know comes from what my parents told me, from sheriff reports, newspaper clippings, and from a handful of memories that have stayed with me all these years. The first memory is sunlight on dry grass. I was playing in the yard behind our house on a warm evening. We lived near the edge of canyon country, where residential lots gave way to brush, rock, and winding trails. It wasn't wilderness exactly, but it only took a short walk to reach terrain where visibility disappeared behind ridges and clusters of scrub oak. My mother was inside preparing dinner. My father was moving tools in the garage. Neither of them believed I could get far. One moment I was in the yard. The next moment, according to everyone else, I was gone. My parents realized something was wrong when I stopped responding. They called my name from opposite sides of the property. At first they assumed I was hiding, then they checked behind the shed, behind the bushes, under the porch, inside vehicles. When they couldn't find me, panic set in quickly. The sheriff's office received the call before darkness fully settled over the canyon. Searchers arrived almost immediately. Forestry personnel joined the effort. Neighbors spread through nearby trails carrying flashlights. Before midnight, mounted teams were riding through the brush. Specialized tracking dogs were brought in. The search expanded outward in widening circles. Everyone expected me to be found within an hour. Then several hours passed. Then dawn arrived, and nobody found anything. The dogs failed to establish a usable trail. That detail appears repeatedly in reports. Handlers tried from multiple locations around the property. They expected a straightforward track because of how recently I had disappeared. Instead, the dogs became confused. Some followed short paths that ended abruptly. Others showed interest in scattered areas before losing focus entirely. The lack of a clear trail didn't make sense. Aviation assets were deployed after sunrise. Helicopters searched canyon walls, dry creek beds, roads, and open spaces. Searchers covered an enormous area. They expected to find a frightened child sitting beneath a tree or wandering near a trail. Nothing. No footprints anyone could confidently identify. No calls for help. No movement. No sign of me. As the hours stretched on, concern grew worse. Children my age aren't supposed to vanish that completely. I have seen photographs taken during the search. Volunteers standing shoulder to shoulder, horse teams crossing ridges, law enforcement vehicles parked along dirt roads, hundreds of people looking. The terrain wasn't easy, but it wasn't impossible either. That is why the case remained memorable long after my recovery. Not because I disappeared, because I apparently disappeared without leaving the area. The second memory I have is harder to to explain. I remember sitting near rusted metal. The image is vivid, sunlight reflected off faded paint. Tall grass brushed my legs. The air smelled dusty and warm. I wasn't scared. I wasn't crying. I wasn't even trying to go home. That sounds strange now. Most lost children become frightened. Everything I have been told suggests I should have been terrified. Instead, my memory feels calm, quiet, as though I believed I was exactly where I belonged. When investigators later identified the location where I was found, they discovered it was less than a mile from our house. Less than a mile. That fact stunned everyone. The area contained an abandoned piece of equipment that had been sitting unused for years. It wasn't hidden deep in the wilderness. It wasn't tucked inside some unreachable canyon. People passed near it regularly. Trails crossed the surrounding terrain. Search teams moved through the area repeatedly. Yet nobody saw me. The official timeline shows that I remained missing for approximately 37 hours. 37 hours during one of the largest local search efforts the region had seen. Then everything changed because of a random group of tourists. They were exploring nearby trails during the afternoon. Unlike the search teams, they weren't conducting organized sweeps. They weren't looking for clues. They simply happened to notice a child sitting near the abandoned equipment. That child was me. The tourists approached cautiously. I appeared healthy, dirty but healthy, hungry, thirsty, missing one shoe, otherwise unharmed. No major injuries, no exposure complications, no signs that I had spent nearly 2 days struggling through rough terrain. The tourist contacted authorities. Within a short time, search personnel arrived. My disappearance was over. My parents were relieved beyond words. The community celebrated. The sheriff's office closed the search. Everything should have ended there. Instead, the questions began. The location where I was found had already received attention. Not once, multiple times. Searchers had crossed nearby trails. Mounted teams had moved through the sector. Volunteers had walked the area. Yet nobody reported seeing me. The most unsettling detail came from what I allegedly told adults immediately after my recovery. I say allegedly because I don't remember saying it. Several people recalled me mentioning people walking nearby, not speaking to me, not helping me, just walking, passing through, moving around. At the time, everyone assumed I was describing searchers. That should have been reassuring, except the searchers reported something equally strange. None remembered seeing me, not one, even in locations where timelines suggested our paths overlapped. Over the years, I've tried to approach the story logically. A child can hide without realizing it. Brush can obscure visibility. Searches are imperfect. Witness memories become distorted. Every explanation makes sense individually. The problem is that all of them must exist together to account for what happened. Search teams searched the area. Dogs failed to locate me. Aircraft failed to locate me. Volunteers failed to locate me. I remained within a narrow radius the entire time. Then tourists found me almost immediately. The combination is difficult to dismiss. When I was older, my father took me to the recovery site. The abandoned equipment was still there, smaller than I expected. Weathered, silent, the surrounding terrain looked ordinary. I remember standing there while he pointed toward ridges where searchers had ridden horses. He pointed toward trails where volunteers had walked. He pointed toward a nearby rise where observers had scanned the canyon below. Everything felt close. Too close. A person standing in several of those locations should have been able to spot a child. I know because we tested it ourselves. My father stood where one search team had reportedly passed. I stood near the recovery point. Even at that distance, he could see me, clearly. The sight unsettled him. I could tell. He didn't talk much during the drive home. Neither did I. The third memory is the one that stayed with me longest. It isn't dramatic. It isn't frightening. It's simply a feeling, a sensation of hearing activity nearby without understanding its importance. Voices somewhere beyond the brush. Movement in the distance. The sense that people were around. Not close enough to touch. Not far enough to disappear. Just present at the edge of awareness. For years, I assumed that memory came from hearing search teams. Now I'm not sure. The timing doesn't fit cleanly. Memory is unreliable, especially childhood memory, but whenever I revisit the story, that feeling returns. Voices beyond sight, movement beyond reach. people occupying the same space while somehow remaining separate. I don't claim anything impossible happened. I don't believe I was taken. I don't believe I crossed into another world. The facts don't support those conclusions. A child disappeared. A massive search followed. The child remained within a mile of home. Searchers failed to find him. Tourists eventually did. Those are the facts. Everything else is interpretation. Still, there is one detail I can't shake. The missing shoe. Despite extensive searching afterward, nobody ever located it. One shoe stayed on my foot. The other vanished completely. Maybe it fell off somewhere in the brush. Maybe animals carried it away. Maybe searchers simply overlooked it. That explanation is probably correct. Yet sometimes I imagine that shoe sitting somewhere in the canyon all these years, untouched beneath grass and dust, marking a place where people passed each other without seeing one another. Whenever I look at photographs from the search, I find myself studying the backgrounds, the ridges, the trails, the patches of brush. I catch myself wondering whether I was there in the frame somewhere, close enough to be seen, close enough to hear the searchers calling, close enough that a few steps in either direction would have ended everything sooner. Then I remember the reports, the helicopters, the dogs, the horses, the volunteers, the countless eyes scanning terrain that should have revealed a lost child, and I picture that abandoned piece of equipment sitting in the afternoon sun while people searched all around it, unaware that the person they were looking for was waiting less than a mile from home. I had spent nearly 20 years moving cattle across the plains before the thing happened to me. That's why I've never been able to explain it. Men who hear this story usually assume I was green, inexperienced, or unfamiliar with the wilderness. They picture some city fool wandering into brush country and losing his bearings after sunset. I wasn't. By the autumn of 1887, I knew every creek bed, every rise, and every patch of heavy brush across hundreds of miles of grazing land. I had slept alone under storms that snapped trees in half. I had tracked lost cattle through snow, dust, and darkness. Being alone outdoors wasn't something I feared. It was my profession, which is exactly why what happened to my partner makes no sense. Even now, especially now, his name was Elias Mercer. We had worked together for nearly 6 years. He was older than me by a decade, quiet by nature, and the sort of man who could spend 3 days in the saddle, speaking only when necessary. We trusted each other because we understood the work. Out there, trust mattered more than friendship. One mistake could cost livestock. 2 mistakes could cost lives. The day began like any other. Our herd had been grazing across open prairie, bordered by dense patches of brush and scrub oak. The land stretched endlessly in every direction. During daylight, it seemed welcoming enough. At dusk, it became another world. The shadows gathered quickly. Every depression in the ground became a black hollow. Every cluster of brush looked like a crouching figure. We'd spent the afternoon moving livestock toward a temporary camp location near a shallow creek. The plan was simple. I would continue guiding most of the cattle toward water, while Elias rode back to collect several animals that had wandered north. Once gathered, he would meet me at camp before full dark. It was a routine separation, nothing unusual, nothing dangerous. We've done the same thing dozens of times. The last time I saw him, he raised a hand from the saddle and turned his horse toward the northern brush. The sun was touching the horizon. That image became burned into my memory because it was the last normal moment. I reached camp shortly after sunset. The cattle settled quickly. I built a fire, prepared coffee, waited. An hour passed, then 2. Elias didn't arrive. At first, I wasn't concerned. Sometimes livestock could be stubborn. Sometimes rough terrain slowed travel. But eventually the silence became noticeable, then unsettling. The plains have a particular kind of nighttime quiet. The absence of sound begins to feel like a presence. I remember standing beside the fire listening for hoofbeats. Nothing. No horse. No voice. No movement. Just darkness. I saddled up and began searching. The moon hadn't risen yet. My lantern illuminated only small patches of ground. I followed the route Elias should have taken. The first strange discovery came shortly before before midnight, I found the missing livestock, all of them, standing together, unattended. Their behavior struck me immediately. Animals know things before people do. I've believed that my entire life. These cattle weren't grazing, they weren't resting, they were gathered tightly together, facing outward in multiple directions, as though watching something beyond the darkness. When I approached, several startled violently, not at me, at something else, something I couldn't see. I searched the surrounding area. No sign of Elias, no sign of his horse, no indication of a struggle, nothing. Then I noticed tracks, fresh tracks, heading south, away from camp, away from the livestock. I followed them. A quarter-mile later, I found his horse. The animal stood motionless among low brush. Its reins dragged freely. The saddle remained in place. Elias was nowhere nearby. My stomach tightened. Experienced herders don't simply walk away from a horse. Not voluntarily. Certainly not at night. I searched the immediate area with my lantern. That's when I found the first piece of clothing. His coat, folded, not torn, not snagged, folded neatly on the ground. I stared at it for several moments. Then I began searching farther. Within minutes, I located his hat, a boot, then the other boot, his bedroll, his rifle, his canteen, everything, scattered across the prairie, not discarded randomly, placed, almost carefully, as though he'd been removing possessions one item at a time while walking. I called his name until my throat hurt. No answer. The darkness swallowed every sound. I searched until dawn. Nothing. When daylight arrived, I rode to notify the ranch owners. Within hours, a larger search began. Men combed the plains. They searched creek beds, brushed thickets, ravines, every place a person might fall or become trapped. No trace. Days passed. The disappearance became the only thing anyone discussed. Some suggested he had suffered a mental collapse. Others believed he'd encountered a predator and fled. Neither explanation fit. There was no evidence of attack, no blood, no torn clothing, no tracks suggesting pursuit. And if he had experienced confusion, why abandon every possession he owned, including his boots? The ground out there was brutal. Sharp stone, thorns, dry grass capable of slicing exposed skin. A man wouldn't travel far barefoot. At least he shouldn't. On the fourth day, we found him. One of the searchers spotted something beneath a low bush several miles from where the livestock had been discovered. I still remember riding toward the gathering crowd. No one spoke. Nobody needed to. The expressions told the story. Elias lay partially concealed beneath the brush. He was completely unclothed. His body position looked strangely peaceful. Not the posture of someone who had fought for survival. Not someone fleeing. Not someone injured. Simply resting, as though he had lain down voluntarily. The distance alone seemed impossible. Covering those miles barefoot and unclothed would have been difficult under ideal conditions. Yet there he was, far from camp, far from his horse, far from every rational explanation. What unsettled everyone most wasn't merely the location, it was the condition of the body. Only 4 days had passed, yet decomposition appeared shockingly advanced. Several men openly questioned whether we had somehow found the wrong person. That it was Elias, there was no doubt. His face remained recognizable, his belongings identified him. The ranch owners confirmed it. Still, the condition of the remains disturbed even experienced searchers. None of us understood it. The weather had been relatively mild. Nothing suggested such rapid deterioration should have occurred. Then another detail emerged. His valuables remained untouched. A pocket watch, currency, personal effects, everything. Nothing stolen, nothing missing. If another person had been involved, financial motive seemed absent. The official inquiry began shortly afterward. A coroner examined the body. Witnesses gave statements. The ranch owners testified. I testified. The questions continued for days. Had Elias shown unusual behavior beforehand? No. Had he complained of illness? No. Had he consumed alcohol? No. Had there been signs of conflict? None. Could exposure alone explain the death? Perhaps, but exposure failed to explain the sequence leading to it. Why leave clothing? Why abandon boots? Why walk miles into brush? Why lie beneath a bush and die? Most importantly, why? The coroner couldn't answer. Neither could the jury. The official record eventually concluded that no definitive physiological cause could be established. No trauma, no evidence of violence, no clear biological failure, just a dead man found far from where he should have been. Case closed, at least on paper, but not for me. Years afterward, I replayed that evening countless times. I remembered the cattle standing together in fearful silence. I remembered the folded coat, the carefully discarded possessions, the empty horse, the impossible distance. I searched for explanations. Heat illness, delirium, undetected disease, a stroke, some hidden injury. Every theory answered one question while creating three more. Then came the memory I rarely discuss, the thing that still wakes me in the middle of the night. During that first search, while following the trail of discarded belongings, I experienced something I dismissed at the time because it sounded absurd, because exhaustion seemed more likely. Yet I remember it clearly. The prairie had been completely silent. No wind, no insects, no movement. As I approached the place where I found his boots, I heard someone speaking, very softly, too softly to understand. The voice seemed distant, almost carried by the ground itself. I assumed it was Elias. I called out. The whispering stopped immediately, not faded, stopped, like a door slamming shut. I waited. Nothing. No footsteps. No response. No sound whatsoever. At the time, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, but later, after seeing where he was found, I wasn't so sure, because the direction of the whispering hadn't matched the direction of his tracks. The voice had come from somewhere else, somewhere deeper in the brush. Years have passed since then. The land has changed. The camps are gone. Most of the men involved are dead. The official findings remain unchanged. No definitive cause, no definitive explanation, just a sequence of events that shouldn't have happened. An experienced outdoorsman leaves his horse, removes his clothing, abandons his equipment, walks miles across unforgiving wilderness, dies beneath a bush, and leaves behind no evidence capable of explaining why. People often ask what I think happened. I always give the same answer. I don't know, but I know this. Elias Mercer was one of the toughest men I ever met. Nothing in his life suggested he would suddenly strip away every possession and wander barefoot into the darkness. Nothing. And whenever I remember those cattle standing silently beneath the stars, all facing outward as though watching something invisible beyond the edge of the lantern light, I find myself wondering whether Elias wasn't walking away from something that night. Maybe he was following it. I noticed something was wrong before anyone called me. The river was flat and gray that morning, the kind of cold that made every surface look metallic. I was standing in my kitchen before sunrise, watching the first light creep over the city skyline, when my phone buzzed with a message from the hospital. It wasn't unusual for people to contact me early. As a combat surgeon and hospital executive, I had spent years living by alarms, schedules, and emergencies. What was unusual was the subject of the message. My husband Daniel hadn't arrived. At first, that seemed impossible. Daniel's life ran on discipline. Every morning he followed the same routine. Wake before dawn, put on his running clothes, complete his route along the urban river trail, return home, shower, leave for work. People joked that you could set a clock by him. That morning, the clock broke. I called his phone immediately. No answer. I told myself he had forgotten it in the car. Maybe he had stopped to help someone. Maybe he had twisted an ankle. But beneath every reasonable explanation was a feeling I couldn't shake. Something was wrong. By 7 o'clock, concern had become action. Police officers began checking the river path. Hospital staff called me repeatedly for updates. Friends joined the search. Security cameras eventually confirmed what everyone expected. Daniel had started his run. The footage showed him entering the trail shortly after dawn. Nothing appeared unusual. No one chased him. No visible confrontation occurred. He simply jogged out of frame. That was the last confirmed sighting. Hours passed. The river corridor became crowded with patrol vehicles, volunteers, and investigators. I spent most of the day moving between search locations while trying to answer endless questions. What was he wearing? Did he seem upset recently? Was there any reason he would leave voluntarily? The answers were all the same. Dark running clothes. No. Late that afternoon, everything changed. A search team located a body. The location immediately confused everyone involved. The body had been discovered face up in a shallow section of the river, near a shoreline area already examined earlier. I remember staring at the officer delivering the news. He seemed uncomfortable, not because of what he was telling me, because of where they had found Daniel. The area wasn't remote. It wasn't hidden. Searchers had already been there, yet somehow the body had not been seen until hours later. Nothing about that made sense. I arrived near the scene after sunset. The emergency lights reflected across the water. The river itself looked calm. The shallows barely moved. The first photograph shown to me only deepened my confusion. Daniel's clothing appeared remarkably clean. His skin looked clean. There was little evidence that he had spent significant time submerged in a river. At the time, I didn't know what to make of it. I only knew it felt wrong. The official investigation moved quickly, within days. Authorities announced their preliminary conclusion: accidental drowning. According to the findings, Daniel had likely entered the river during his run. The current had allegedly carried him through a series of rapid water drops before depositing him in the shallow area where searchers found him. Medical analysis revealed severe internal skeletal trauma. Investigators pointed to those injuries as evidence of violent impacts against rocks and river structures. Case closed. At least that was the direction things seemed headed. I tried to accept it. I truly did. Grief has a way of making certainty attractive. An accident is terrible, but it offers a clean answer. The problem was that the evidence refused to stay clean. The first challenge came from the autopsy details. Several independent experts reviewed the reported injuries. Some agreed with the official interpretation. Others did not. The disagreement centered on the pattern. The trauma appeared concentrated rather than distributed. As more specialists examined the information, questions emerged regarding whether the injuries matched a chaotic river journey or something far more localized. I listened to every opinion. I read every report. The certainty that authorities displayed was nowhere to be found among the people reviewing the evidence independently. Then another discovery surfaced, one that transformed confusion into suspicion. Among Daniel's recovered belongings was a personal electronic device. Investigators had initially treated it as routine evidence. Digital specialists later conducted a detailed examination. Their conclusion stunned everyone. The device showed no moisture damage. None. The ports were clean. The internal components were functional. The device powered on normally. Data remained intact. The expert who reviewed it explained the significance carefully. Electronics can sometimes survive water exposure, but this was different. The conditions suggested little to no meaningful contact with water, yet authorities maintained that Daniel had traveled through sections of river current strong enough to cause extensive internal injuries. I remember sitting at a table covered in reports while the digital forensic expert walked me through the findings. Every explanation seemed to create another contradiction. If the river caused the injuries, how did the device remain untouched? If the device remained untouched, what exactly happened in the river? No one had an answer. The contradictions continued. Witnesses who reviewed scene photographs pointed out the condition of Daniel's clothing. Search volunteers discussed how unusual the recovery location seemed. Private investigators began examining the timeline independently. One detective became particularly focused on a narrow window between Daniel's appearance on surveillance footage and the discovery of his body. The detective reconstructed the route repeatedly. He walked it, ran it, drove nearby roads, studied access points. He eventually reached a conclusion that unsettled me. The timeline left room for possibilities that the official investigation never fully explored. Possibilities involving human intervention. He never claimed certainty, neither did I, but he believed the evidence justified deeper scrutiny. Authorities disagreed. Publicly, they continued supporting the accidental drowning determination. Privately, some investigators appeared less confident. That became clear during interviews. Small details changed. Language softened. Statements became more cautious. The confidence that had initially surrounded the case slowly eroded. Months passed. Questions remained. I returned often to the surveillance footage. The video was ordinary, painfully ordinary. Daniel jogging through the cold morning, arms moving rhythmically, breath visible in the air. A routine day beginning exactly as hundreds of other mornings had begun. Then nothing. No explanation. No visible threat. Just absence. The river became the center of endless debate. Experts argued over water behavior. Forensic specialists debated injury patterns. Digital analysts discussed the condition of recovered electronics. Every field produced theories. None produced certainty. One afternoon, I accompanied the private detective back to the shoreline. Winter had settled over the city by then. The water looked different from the day Daniel disappeared. Lower, darker, quieter. The detective stood silently near the shallows, where the body had been discovered. I remember studying the area myself. People walked nearby. Traffic moved across a bridge in the distance. The location felt exposed, visible, almost public. I found myself imagining the search teams moving through the same space earlier that day, looking, calling, scanning the shoreline, finding nothing, then later finding everything. The contradiction remained impossible for me to ignore. Years have passed, but the unanswered questions remain remarkably consistent. Why was the body found in a location already examined? Why did recovered belongings show so little evidence of water exposure? Why did independent reviews challenge aspects of the injury interpretation? Why did a man whose entire life revolved around discipline vanish during the most routine part of his day? I still don't know. Perhaps there is an explanation hidden somewhere inside the evidence. Perhaps there isn't. The official ruling remains unchanged. The debates continue. The files remain open on my shelf, and whenever I think back to that morning, I don't picture the reports or the arguments. I picture the surveillance footage, a cold sunrise, an empty river trail, a man beginning a run he should have finished, disappearing beyond the edge of a camera frame while the gray water moved quietly beside him. I noticed something was wrong before anyone called me. The river was flat and gray that morning, the kind of cold that made every surface look metallic. I was standing in my kitchen before sunrise, watching the first light creep over the city skyline, when my phone buzzed with a message from the hospital. It wasn't unusual for people to contact me early. As a combat surgeon and hospital executive, I had spent years living by alarms, schedules, and emergencies. What was unusual was the subject of the message. My husband Daniel hadn't arrived. At first, that seemed impossible. Daniel's life ran on discipline. Every morning, he followed the same routine. Wake before dawn, put on his running clothes, complete his route along the urban river trail, return home, shower, leave for work. People joked that you could set a clock by him. That morning, the clock broke. I called his phone immediately. No answer. I told myself he had forgotten it in the car. Maybe he had stopped to help someone. Maybe he had twisted an ankle. But beneath every reasonable explanation was a feeling I couldn't shake. Something was wrong. By 7 o'clock, concern had become action. Police officers began checking the river path. Hospital staff called me repeatedly for updates. Friends joined the search. Security cameras eventually confirmed what everyone expected. Daniel had started his run. The footage showed him entering the trail shortly after dawn. Nothing appeared unusual. No one chased him. No visible confrontation occurred. He simply jogged out of frame. That was the last confirmed sighting. Hours passed. The river corridor became crowded with patrol vehicles, volunteers, and investigators. I spent most of the day moving between search locations while trying to answer endless questions. What was he wearing? Did he seem upset recently? Was there any reason he would leave voluntarily? The answers were all the same. Dark running clothes? No. Late that afternoon, everything changed. A search team located a body. The location immediately confused everyone involved. The body had been discovered face up in a shallow section of the river, near a shoreline area already examined earlier. I remember staring at the officer delivering the news. He seemed uncomfortable, not because of what he was telling me, because of where they had found Daniel. The area wasn't remote. It wasn't hidden. Searchers had already been there, yet somehow the body had not been seen until hours later. Nothing about that made sense. I arrived near the scene after sunset. The emergency lights reflected across the water. The river itself looked calm. The shallows barely moved. The first photograph shown to me only deepened my confusion. Daniel's clothing appeared remarkably clean. His skin looked clean. There was little evidence that he had spent significant time submerged in a river. At the time, I didn't know what to make of it. I only knew it felt wrong. The official investigation moved quickly. Within days, authorities announced their preliminary conclusion: accidental drowning. According to the findings, Daniel had likely entered the river during his run. The current had allegedly carried him through a series of rapid water drops before depositing him in the shallow area where searchers found him. Medical analysis revealed severe internal skeletal trauma. Investigators pointed to those injuries as evidence of violent impacts against rocks and river structures. Case closed. At least that was the direction things seemed headed. I tried to accept it. I truly did. Grief has a way of making certainty attractive. An accident is terrible, but it offers a clean answer. The problem was that the evidence refused to stay clean. The first challenge came from the autopsy details. Several independent experts reviewed the reported injuries. Some agreed with the official interpretation, others did not. The disagreement centered on the pattern. The trauma appeared concentrated rather than distributed. As more specialists examined the information, questions emerged regarding whether the injuries matched a chaotic river journey or something far more localized. I listened to every opinion. I read every report. The certainty that authorities displayed was nowhere to be found among the people reviewing the evidence independently. Then another discovery surfaced, one that transformed confusion into suspicion. Among Daniel's recovered belongings was a personal electronic device. Investigators had initially treated it as routine evidence. Digital specialists later conducted a detailed examination. Their conclusion stunned everyone. The device showed no moisture damage, none. The ports were clean. The internal components were functional. The device powered on normally. Data remained intact. The expert who reviewed it explained the significance carefully. Electronics can sometimes survive water exposure, but this was different. The condition suggested little to no meaningful contact with water, yet authorities maintained that Daniel had traveled through sections of river current strong enough to cause extensive internal injuries. I remember sitting at a table covered in reports while the digital forensic expert walked me through the findings. Every explanation seemed to create another contradiction. If the river caused the injuries, how did the device remain untouched? If the device remained untouched, what exactly happened in the river? No one had an answer. The contradictions continued. Witnesses who reviewed scene photographs pointed out the condition of Daniel's clothing. Search volunteers discussed how unusual the recovery location seemed. Private investigators began examining the timeline independently. One detective became particularly focused on a narrow window between Daniel's appearance on surveillance footage and the discovery of his body. The detective reconstructed the route repeatedly. He walked it, ran it, drove nearby roads, studied access points. He eventually reached a conclusion that unsettled me. The timeline left room for possibilities. that the official investigation never fully explored possibilities involving human intervention. He never claimed certainty, neither did I, but he believed the evidence justified deeper scrutiny. Authorities disagreed. Publicly, they continued supporting the accidental drowning determination. Privately, some investigators appeared less confident. That became clear during interviews. Small details changed, language softened, statements became more cautious. The confidence that had initially surrounded the case slowly eroded. Months passed. Questions remained. I returned often to the surveillance footage. The video was ordinary, painfully ordinary. Daniel jogging through the cold morning, arms moving rhythmically, breath visible in the air. A routine day beginning exactly as hundreds of other mornings had begun. Then nothing. No explanation. No visible threat. Just absence. The river became the center of endless debate. Experts argued over water behavior. Forensic specialists debated injury patterns. Digital analysts discussed the condition of recovered electronics. Every field produced theories. None produced certainty. One afternoon, I accompanied the private detective back to the shoreline. Winter had settled over the city by then. The water looked different from the day Daniel disappeared. Lower, darker, quieter. The detective stood silently near the shallows where the body had been discovered. I remember studying the area myself. People walked nearby. Traffic moved across a bridge in the distance. The location felt exposed, visible, almost public. I found myself imagining the search teams moving through the same space earlier that day, looking, calling, scanning the shoreline, finding nothing, then later finding everything. The contradiction remained impossible for me to ignore. Years have passed, but the unanswered questions remain remarkably consistent. Why was the body found in a location already examined? Why did recovered belongings show so little evidence of water exposure? Why did independent reviews challenge aspects of the injury interpretation? Why did a man whose entire life revolved around discipline vanish during the most routine part of his day? I still don't know. Perhaps there is an explanation hidden somewhere inside the evidence. Perhaps there isn't. The official ruling remains unchanged. The debates continue. The files remain open on my shelf, and whenever I think back to that morning, I don't picture the reports or the arguments. I picture the surveillance footage, a cold sunrise, an empty river trail, a man beginning a run he should have finished, disappearing beyond the edge of a camera frame while the gray water moved quietly beside him. I remember the exact color of the jacket because it became the detail everyone repeated afterward. It was a bright red shell, the kind of thing that stood out against trees, rock, dirt, and sky. During the search, that jacket became almost more important than I was. Volunteers, deputies, pilots, and strangers all talked about it. A red jacket should have been easy to spot. That was the problem. I know because I was there until the moment I wasn't. At least that's the only way I can tell this story. The afternoon started with nothing unusual. I left home after lunch and told my spouse exactly where I planned to hike, before an evening engagement we were both supposed to attend later. I had made that drive dozens of times over the years. As a social worker, I spent much of my career moving around the region, meeting people in isolated communities, traveling roads and trails that most visitors never noticed. The area felt familiar to me. The trail crossed a section of forest that had been transformed by a massive wildfire years earlier. The old canopy was gone. Where dense trees once stood, there were open slopes covered with scattered trunks, low vegetation, and long sight lines. It was impossible to feel hidden there. That openness was one reason I liked the route. The landscape felt exposed and honest. You could see ridges stretching away for miles. You could watch weather arrive from a distance. On clear afternoons, it seemed as though the entire mountain range had been stripped down to its skeleton. The sky that day was cloudless. I parked near the trailhead, locked my vehicle, and started walking. The first hour passed quietly. The ground was dry beneath my boots. Wind moved through dead standing trees, producing occasional creaks that echoed across the slopes. A few birds crossed overhead. Nothing felt strange. I remember stopping on a ridge and looking down into a basin where the fire had left a patchwork of gray trunks and new growth. The contrast was striking. Life had returned, but the scars remained visible everywhere. I stood there for several minutes. The ridge itself was narrow in places. Rock outcrops rose from the soil, and sections of loose dirt preserved footprints clearly. Mine appeared behind me in a neat sequence. I noticed them because the ground was soft. Then I continued. The next part is difficult to explain, because there is no dramatic event attached to it. No sudden storm, no injury, no sound from the woods, no person stepping onto the trail. Nothing happened, at least nothing I recognized as important. I kept walking. The afternoon sunlight had begun to lengthen across the hills. Shadows stretched farther than before, creating dark bands between bright sections of slope. The air remained clear enough that I could see distant terrain with unusual sharpness. I remember reaching another elevated section and looking toward a series of ridgelines fading into blue haze. I remember feeling completely visible. That thought stands out now because it seemed impossible that anyone could disappear there. The terrain offered almost nowhere to hide. When search teams later examined maps and photographs, that fact became central to everything. The open forest should have made finding me easy. Instead, it became part of the mystery. The evening engagement came and went without me. My spouse initially assumed I had been delayed. Cell coverage in parts of the area was unreliable. A flat tire or a wrong turn seemed more likely than anything serious. As hours passed, concern grew. Calls went unanswered. Messages remained unread. Eventually, authorities were contacted. By sunrise the following day, the search had begun. I know these details from reports, conversations, and the countless retellings that followed. Search and rescue personnel moved into the area quickly. Teams spread across trails and drainage systems. Helicopters surveyed terrain from above. Tracking specialists examined routes leading away from the trailhead. Dogs were brought in. The search zone was surprisingly compact. Investigators had a good idea where I intended to go. My vehicle remained exactly where I had parked it. No evidence suggested I had left voluntarily. The first major clue appeared on the ridge. Footprints. Mine. Searchers identified a limited series of tracks in soft soil along an elevated section of terrain. The prints followed the expected route, then they ended. Not gradually, not because weather erased them, not because rocky ground made tracking impossible. They simply stopped. The location became a focal point of the operation. People examined every possibility. Maybe I had turned onto another surface. Maybe I had climbed over rocks. Maybe wind had obscured additional signs. Maybe the dogs would reveal something. Nothing produced answers. The ridge offered broad visibility in every direction. Searchers could stand there and see large portions of the surrounding landscape. From the air, the terrain appeared equally exposed. The missing continuation of those footprints made no sense. If I had walked away, there should have been evidence. If I had fallen, there should have been evidence. If I had remained nearby, there should have been evidence. Yet the ridge yielded only those tracks. The helicopters continued flying. Volunteers combed hillsides. Personnel examined drainages and ravines. Dogs worked scent trails. Every day expanded the search. Every day produced less certainty. The bright red jacket became almost symbolic. Searchers expected to spot it from hundreds of yards away. Pilots expected flashes of color among the gray trees. Ground teams expected to encounter it while crossing slopes. Nothing appeared. No jacket, no backpack, no clothing, no equipment, no physical trace beyond the footprints. The more people looked, the stranger the situation became. I have read accounts from individuals who participated in the search. Many described the same reaction. The landscape seemed too open, too visible, too simple. The wildfire had removed much of the concealment normally associated with forests. Standing on many sections of trail, a person could see tremendous distances. That visibility created confidence at first, then frustration, then confusion. Days passed. The operation expanded and contracted as resources shifted between locations. Investigators revisited assumptions repeatedly. Teams returned to areas already searched. The answer always felt close, yet nothing emerged. One volunteer reportedly described the experience as searching for someone who had vanished from the middle of a parking lot. That comparison stayed with me. The terrain wasn't literally empty, of course. There were ridges, gullies, standing dead trees, and patches of brush. But the broader point remained. People disappear in dense forests. People disappear during blizzards. People disappear in remote wilderness. This place did not fit those expectations. Every photograph from the area reinforces that impression. Wide views, open slopes, clear sight lines, the kind of landscape where a bright jacket should announce itself instantly. A week after the search began, officials made the decision no family wants to hear. The operation was suspended. By then, helicopters had flown over the region repeatedly. Search dogs had worked the area. Ground personnel had covered enormous portions of terrain. No new clues existed, no additional footprints, no discarded clothing, no signs of injury, no evidence of travel beyond the ridge, nothing. For my spouse, the ending wasn't really an ending. An unresolved disappearance creates its own kind of permanence. There is no final explanation, no confirmed location, no certainty, only questions that remain active long after everyone else moves on. Years later, people still discuss the case. Most theories are ordinary. An accident, a medical emergency, some overlooked detail hidden somewhere in the landscape. Those explanations are possible. They always have been. Yet each theory eventually runs into the same obstacle: the search, the terrain, the visibility, the footprints, the complete absence of anything afterward. That is why the ridge remains fixed in my mind. Not because something frightening happened there, not because I saw anything impossible, but because it was the last place where evidence showed I existed. A short sequence of footprints cross soft soil on an exposed ridgeline in a burned forest under a clear afternoon sky. Searchers found those tracks and followed every lead they could. The mountain surrendered nothing else. Whenever I picture that place now, I don't imagine darkness or hidden figures. I see sunlight washing across open hillsides. I see gray trunks standing against the sky. I see a landscape where a person should have been visible from far away, and I see a line of footprints ending on the ridge with empty ground stretching beyond. I remember the heat before I remember anything else. It pressed down on everything. It flattened sound. It turned the horizon into a wavering sheet that looked more like water than land. Even now, years later, when summer temperatures climb and asphalt starts to shimmer, I think about that desert and the mistakes that put us there. I was part of a youth survival program that promised to teach resilience. The brochures showed smiling kids carrying packs across open country. Adults talked about confidence, teamwork, and learning to push beyond limitations. What they never mentioned was how quickly a chain of small failures could become something nobody could take back. By the third day, things were already going wrong. The group was larger than it should have been for the number of supervisors assigned to it. Routes changed without much explanation. Supplies were stretched thin. Water stops happened later than planned. The adults always seemed to be solving one problem while another formed behind them. At first, most of us treated it like part of the challenge. Then the exhaustion started. The desert wasn't empty the way people imagine. It was full of jagged volcanic rock, low thorny brush, and endless uneven ground. Every step demanded attention. The sun reflected off pale soil and dark stone alike. There was no shade unless you happened to find a rock formation large enough to hide behind. By midday, the temperature had climbed well past 100 degrees. People stopped talking. The group stretched into a long line across the landscape. Stronger hikers drifted toward the front. Tired ones slipped farther and farther back. That afternoon, I fell behind with another participant named Ryan. Neither of us were troublemakers. We weren't trying to wander off. We were simply exhausted. I remember looking ahead and seeing the group spread across a low rise. They seemed close enough to catch. Then I looked down to watch my footing through a field of broken volcanic stone. When I looked up again, the distance felt larger. Ryan kept saying we'd catch them after a short rest. I agreed. That decision sits in my memory like a stone. We found a patch of ground beside a cluster of rocks. There wasn't much shade, but it was enough to escape the direct glare. I remember lowering my pack, taking a sip of water, and closing my eyes for what I thought would be a minute. When I woke up, the sun had moved. The silence felt wrong. I sat up immediately. The landscape around us looked enormous. No voices, no movement, no group. Ryan woke a few seconds later. We both scrambled to our feet and climbed onto nearby rocks, searching for any sign of the others. Nothing. The desert stretched in every direction. At first, we weren't scared. We assumed the group would realize we were missing and come back. We waited. The sun kept moving. Nobody appeared. As the afternoon deepened, concern began replacing confidence. We started walking. The problem was that we didn't know which direction offered the best chance of finding help. Tracks disappeared across hard ground. Distant ridges all looked similar. Heat distorted everything. We found ourselves stopping repeatedly, trying to orient ourselves. Each stop cost time. Each wrong turn cost energy. As evening approached, we understood something terrible. Nobody knew where we were. The realization arrived slowly. Then all at once, no supervisor had checked on us. No one had counted heads. No one had verified that every participant was present before moving on. We had simply vanished from the group without anyone noticing. Night brought relief from the heat, but introduced a different kind of fear. The desert transformed. Shapes appeared where there were none. Rock formations looked like crouching figures. Every distant shadow seemed to move. Ryan and I stayed close together. When morning came, we faced another problem: water. We had far less than we needed. The next day became a blur of heat and uncertainty. Ryan was stronger than I was. He kept trying to encourage me. He believed we could reach a road or a ranger station if we continued moving. By midday, my thoughts felt sluggish. The horizon seemed to drift. Landmarks looked familiar even when they weren't. The volcanic terrain became increasingly confusing. Black rock fields spread across the landscape like frozen waves. I started making mistakes. Small ones at first, then larger ones. At some point, I convinced myself my pack was slowing me down. I removed it. Later, I regretted that immediately. Then I became convinced certain clothing layers were making the heat worse. I discarded those too. Looking back, I understand what was happening. At the time, it felt perfectly reasonable. Ryan argued against it, but I barely listened. The heat had worked its way into my thinking. Eventually, we stopped beneath a large volcanic formation rising from the plain. Its dark slopes stood out against everything around it. I remember staring at it for a long time. The rock seemed impossibly still, like it had been watching the desert for thousands of years. Ryan wanted us to keep moving. I wanted to rest. We argued, not loudly. Neither of us had the energy, just enough to disagree. Finally, Ryan made a choice. He told me he was going to try finding help. I remember watching him walk away across the bright landscape. His figure grew smaller, then smaller still. Eventually, he disappeared into the shimmering distance. That was the last time I saw him. Hours passed. The heat remained relentless. I drifted between sleeping and waking. Every direction looked the same. I tried walking several times. Each attempt seemed to bring me back toward the same rocks. At some point, I stopped trusting my own judgment. The desert felt larger than the world. Days later, Ryan emerged from the wilderness. He reached people. He told them where he'd last seen me. That should have ended the story. It didn't. Search teams arrived. Volunteers arrived. Aircraft searched overhead. People combed through miles of desert. And somehow they kept missing me. Years later, reports would describe communication problems, overlapping search areas, and confusion about locations, but the simplest explanation was this: the desert is enormous, and one lost kid can disappear inside it. The search became massive. News spread. Families waited. Hope rose and fell with every reported sighting. Then another tragedy occurred. One of the people involved in the rescue effort collapsed during the operation. The conditions were brutal even for trained adults. The heat showed no mercy. Despite efforts to save him, he died. The news shocked everyone. A mission intended to rescue a child had claimed another life. Search efforts continued, but days turned into more days, then weeks. The desert kept its silence. Eventually, the active search slowed. People still looked, but the urgency changed. The possibility of finding me alive grew smaller. Most assumed the landscape had hidden whatever answers remained. Then something happened that nobody involved has ever fully explained. A civilian living in the region later claimed to experience an unusually vivid dream. According to accounts that circulated afterward, the dream repeatedly drew attention to a specific volcanic feature, not a general area, a particular place. The images were so persistent that the person eventually decided to investigate. Ordinarily, that story would sound ridiculous. Most people dismissed it immediately, yet the civilian traveled into the desert anyway. The location wasn't part of an active search pattern at that time. It wasn't somewhere authorities expected to find anything. Still, the person went and found what countless searchers had missed. Near a prominent volcanic formation lay signs of where I had been. Discarded clothing, personal items, evidence that matched the area where my final hours had unfolded. My remains were discovered nearby. The official explanation was straightforward. A lucky coincidence. Someone had a dream, became curious, and happened to choose the right location. That explanation may be entirely correct. I've heard others insist there must have been unconscious clues, local knowledge, or forgotten information influencing the decision. Maybe, I don't know. What unsettles me isn't the dream itself. It's everything that came before it. The missed head counts, the lack of water, the confusion, the failure to verify where vulnerable kids were located, the repeated opportunities for someone to notice that two exhausted participants had fallen behind. People often focus on the strange ending because it sounds mysterious. But the real mystery isn't how I was found. The real mystery is how so many preventable mistakes aligned perfectly enough to leave me alone beside that volcanic rock in the first place. Whenever I think about the desert now, I don't picture the search aircraft or the headlines. I picture the dark volcanic formation standing above a field of stone, the discarded gear scattered nearby, and a horizon shimmering beneath relentless heat, while the silence stretched in every direction. I remember the exact patch of ground where I left my backpack because I stared at it for hours after everything happened. The clearing sat on the side of a mountain ridge, surrounded by thick pine and spruce. It wasn't truly open ground, just a break in the trees where sunlight reached the forest floor. The day was clear, bright, and cool. Wind moved through the upper branches, but down where we worked, everything felt strangely still. I had come there with my closest friend, Daniel. At the time, I was researching historical religious settlements that had once occupied portions of the mountain range. My work as a theological scholar often took me into archives, churches, and forgotten locations connected to old records. Most people imagine that kind of research happening in libraries. Sometimes it did. Other times it required visiting remote places connected to the documents. My health made those trips difficult. Years of severe joint inflammation had damaged my mobility. Walking even moderate distances could become exhausting. On good days, I managed with a cane. On bad days, I needed assistance navigating uneven terrain. That afternoon had started as one of the better days. Daniel drove us up the mountain and helped carry equipment from the vehicle. Most of what we brought consisted of notebooks, a camera, recording equipment, and a collection of reference materials. We planned to spend several hours documenting the location before returning home. The site itself wasn't remarkable to look at. No ruins remained, no foundations, no markers. Only old records suggested that a small religious community had occupied the area generations earlier. We spent the first part of the afternoon working together. Daniel handled most of the movement, while I stayed near a fallen log that served as a seat. He would walk short distances to photograph terrain features while I reviewed notes and directed the survey. The forest felt ordinary. Birds moved through the trees. Sunlight shifted across the ground. Nothing about the place seemed threatening. Around mid-afternoon, Daniel suggested checking a nearby section of slope where he had noticed an unusual arrangement of stones. The location wasn't far away. We could still hear each other easily. The problem was my mobility. The terrain between us and the stones was uneven and steep enough that I would have struggled to reach it safely. We agreed I would remain at the clearing while he investigated. I remember watching him disappear briefly between the trees. His voice carried back almost immediately. He wasn't far. If he shouted, I could hear him. If I shouted, he could hear me. That fact has haunted me for years, because according to every reasonable explanation, I should never have vanished from his sight. I settled onto the log and continued reviewing documents. The camera sat beside me. My notebook rested across my lap. My cane leaned against the wood. The backpack containing additional materials remained at my feet. I remember hearing Daniel call something about the stone arrangement. I answered. Everything seemed normal. Then time passed. Not much. Perhaps 15 minutes. Maybe slightly less. The exact number doesn't matter because what happened afterward makes no sense regardless. Daniel returned. Except from his perspective, I wasn't there. At first, he assumed I had moved a short distance. He called my name. No response. He called again. Still nothing. Then he began searching the immediate area. The clearing wasn't large. There were only so many places a person with my physical limitations could go. He checked behind fallen trees, along the edge of the slope, among nearby brush. Nothing. My friend later described the moment panic first took hold. It wasn't when he failed to find me. It was when he found my absence. Because not only was I gone, my cane was gone. My notebook was gone. My camera was gone. The backpack was gone. The essential tools I had been using moments earlier had disappeared with me. Yet there was no evidence of movement. No dropped belongings. No disturbed vegetation. No obvious trail leading away. No indication that anyone had approached. Nothing. Daniel spent the next several minutes shouting continuously. He searched farther outward, then farther still. The terrain made little sense. Even if I had somehow decided to leave the clearing on my own, I could not have covered much ground quickly. My joints simply would not allow it, and yet every location he checked was empty. Eventually, he contacted emergency services. Deputies arrived. Volunteers joined. The search expanded. By evening, dozens of people were moving through the forest. My wife arrived after receiving the call. She later described the scene as surreal. Everyone was searching for a man who should have been easy to find. I was not physically capable of moving rapidly across mountainous terrain. The assumption at first was simple. I must have fallen. Perhaps I had become injured somewhere nearby. Perhaps I had wandered in confusion. Perhaps I had experienced a medical emergency. Those explanations made sense until the search produced nothing. No damaged vegetation, no blood, no discarded equipment, no signs of a struggle, no evidence of an accident. Most troubling of all, there were no directional footprints leading away from the clearing. Searchers found countless natural disturbances throughout the forest, but none that clearly belonged to me. The mountain seemed to have swallowed every trace. As daylight faded, teams continued working. The area surrounding the clearing was examined repeatedly. Volunteers walked grids. Deputies coordinated efforts. People called my name for hours. Nothing answered. Nothing moved. Nothing emerged. The first night ended without results. The second day brought more personnel, more volunteers, more searching. Still nothing. Investigators questioned Daniel extensively. Naturally, he became the focus of attention. He had been the last person to see me. He had been closest to the disappearance. Yet his account never changed. The timeline remained consistent. The distance remained consistent. The facts remained consistent. He had left me at the clearing because my mobility issues made it difficult to traverse the terrain. He had remained within shouting distance. He had returned after a brief absence. I was gone. The search continued. Days passed. No evidence appeared. Authorities eventually requested additional resources. According to records and later discussions, Requests for extended state-level assistance were declined after the initial efforts failed to produce actionable leads. The investigation slowed, public attention faded, but for those directly involved, nothing ended. My wife never stopped searching for answers. Daniel never stopped replaying those 15 minutes. Neither did the volunteers who spent days combing the mountainside. Years later, people still contacted one another whenever a possible lead surfaced. Every lead failed. Every theory collapsed. The practical explanations all encountered the same obstacle: distance. I could not walk far. Anyone familiar with my condition understood that. Friends knew it. Family knew it. Medical records confirmed it. The landscape itself confirmed it. For me to disappear voluntarily, I would have needed to travel through terrain that challenged healthy hikers. For me to disappear involuntarily, there should have been evidence. An accident should have left evidence. An encounter with another person should have left evidence. A medical emergency should have left evidence. Something should have remained. Instead, there was only absence. Over time, stories began attaching themselves to the event. People discussed old local legends. Others pointed to unusual experiences they claimed to have had in the mountains. Some insisted there must be a hidden explanation that searchers overlooked. I never embraced any of those ideas. The reality was unsettling enough. A man with severe mobility limitations sat in a clearing on a bright afternoon. His companion remained close enough to hear his voice. The companion left briefly. The man vanished. No signs of violence appeared. No signs of departure appeared. No signs of survival appeared. No signs of death appeared. Nothing appeared. The clearing remained exactly where it had always been. The trees continued growing. Seasons passed. Weather came and went. Yet the place stayed fixed in memory for everyone involved, especially Daniel. Years after the disappearance, he returned once. He stood in the same clearing and looked at the same patch of ground where I had been sitting. The forest had changed slightly. Branches had fallen. New growth had appeared, but the location itself remained unmistakable. He later described staring at the empty space for a long time, not because he expected answers, because he still could not reconcile what happened there. A man who could barely travel the mountain alone had somehow left no trace of having left at all. When I think about that day now, the image that stays with me isn't the search or the investigation. It's the sunlight crossing the clearing before Daniel walked away, the backpack beside my feet, the notebook on my lap, the stillness beneath the trees, and the untouched patch of mountain ground that remained after everything else was gone. The last thing I clearly remember is stepping out of a restaurant and checking the time on my phone. It was late, but not unusually late. The dinner had been a small celebration after a successful quarter at the hospital. I was the administrative director of a large medical department, and gatherings like that came with the territory. We had spent a few hours eating, talking about staffing shortages, upcoming projects, and the endless bureaucracy that seemed to multiply every year. The air was cool and dry when I left. My apartment was less than a mile away. Several colleagues offered to call me a ride, but I declined. I wasn't tired. I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't distracted. Walking home through downtown streets was something I had done countless times before. I remember standing on the sidewalk outside the restaurant while traffic rolled through a nearby intersection. The city was still awake. Light spilled from office towers and convenience stores. A train horn echoed somewhere in the distance. Then I started walking, for years. That was where my memory ended. Everything after that came from surveillance footage, police reports, witness statements, and the fragments I eventually managed to piece together from an experience I still can't explain. According to security cameras, I followed my normal route for several blocks. Then something changed. The footage showed me stopping near a pedestrian crossing. Not for long, just a few seconds. Long enough to look around. Long enough to appear confused. Then I turned away from my apartment and began walking in the opposite direction. No one knows why. The route I took afterward made no sense. I crossed streets I had no reason to cross. Walked through neighborhoods completely unrelated to where I lived. past areas I rarely visited. Investigators later mapped the path using dozens of cameras from businesses and traffic systems. The resulting route looked random, not chaotic, purposeful, as though I was trying to get somewhere. The problem was that nobody could identify the destination. At first, detectives assumed I had met someone. Phone records disproved that. There were no calls, no messages, no ride requests, no indication that anyone had contacted me. Yet for the next several hours, cameras continued capturing brief glimpses of me moving through the city, walking, stopping, looking around, walking again. The strange part wasn't where I appeared. The strange part was where I didn't. There were enormous gaps. Entire sections of time vanished. A camera would record me turning a corner, then nothing. 40 minutes later, another camera several miles away would capture me again. The distances were possible to travel on foot, barely, but nobody could explain what I was doing during those missing periods. When investigators interviewed witnesses who had seen me, they described the same thing. I wasn't stumbling. I wasn't running. I wasn't visibly distressed. I simply looked focused. One woman remembered seeing me standing beneath a streetlight. She later told officers that I appeared to be listening for something, not talking, listening. The detail stayed with me because it matched the feeling buried inside my own fragmented recollections. I don't remember conversations. I don't remember meeting anyone. What I remember are sounds, or maybe the absence of them. The sensation of moving through parts of the city that felt strangely empty. The feeling of expecting to find something just ahead. A certainty that if I kept walking, I would arrive somewhere important. Every time I try to examine the memory directly, it dissolves, like waking from a dream. The only solid fragments are impressions, streetlights, concrete, the glow of distant traffic, the sense that I wasn't lost. I believed I knew exactly where I was going. Hours passed. The city gradually emptied. Bars closed. Traffic thinned. Most people went home. I continued moving. Sometime after midnight, cameras captured me near an industrial district, several miles from my apartment. Then I disappeared again. That gap lasted longer than any previous one, nearly 2 hours. No footage, no witnesses, no transactions, nothing. When I eventually reappeared on another camera, I was walking along a frontage road near a highway. The location stunned investigators. There was no logical reason for me to be there. The area consisted mainly of concrete barriers, access roads, and stretches of fencing, not somewhere a person accidentally wandered into during a routine walk home. Yet there I was, still moving, still apparently searching. The footage quality was poor, but detectives spent weeks reviewing it frame by frame. One detail kept bothering them. Several times I appeared to stop and look upward. There was nothing above me except darkness. No overpasses, no elevated walkways, no buildings of significant height, just open sky. The final confirmed sighting occurred shortly before dawn. A traffic camera captured me walking along the edge of a service road. Then I passed beyond its view. No cameras recorded me afterward. The next morning, emergency responders discovered my body on a highway embankment. At first glance, investigators believed I had fallen. The injuries seemed consistent with that conclusion. Blunt, force trauma, the kind expected when someone impacts the ground after descending from a significant height. The problem emerged almost immediately. There was nowhere to fall from. The embankment sloped downward from the roadway. Nearby terrain was relatively level. Engineers surveyed the area. Detectives examined aerial imagery. Search teams inspected every surrounding structure. Nothing matched the injuries. No bridge, no rooftop, no tower, no elevated platform. Nothing. Medical examiners reached the same conclusion. The injuries suggested a substantial fall. The environment did not. Those facts should not have been able to exist together, yet they did. The autopsy created another mystery. Time of death. Based on physiological evidence, I had remained alive for many hours after leaving the restaurant, far longer than anyone initially believed. The estimate aligned with the surveillance footage. Whatever happened, It unfolded across most of the night, not in a sudden accident, not during a brief encounter. Something occupied nearly 7 hours of my life. 7 hours during which I traveled through an entire city while leaving almost no meaningful trace behind. Detectives explored every explanation they could imagine: medical emergency, undiagnosed neurological event, exposure, criminal involvement, voluntary disappearance. None fit the evidence cleanly. A medical crisis severe enough to cause such behavior should have left indicators. None were found. Criminal involvement required a perpetrator. Motive, opportunity, and evidence. None appeared. Voluntary disappearance made even less sense. I had responsibilities waiting for me the next morning, plans scheduled weeks in advance. No reason to vanish. No preparation suggesting I intended to. The investigation eventually stalled. The case remained technically open for years. Every new review produced the same questions. Why had I changed direction? What occupied the missing hours? How did I travel so far without attracting attention? Why did multiple witnesses describe me as calm and purposeful? And most importantly, what caused injuries that appeared physically impossible for the location where they were discovered? Those questions never received answers. The city continued growing. Businesses closed and reopened. Traffic cameras were replaced. Witnesses moved away. Time eroded the details, but the mystery remained. What unsettles me most isn't the final location or the unexplained injuries. It's the footage. I've watched copies of it more times than I can count. A man walks through a city at night, alone, steady, focused, not wandering, not panicking, heading somewhere, towards something. Every version of the investigation assumes that whatever happened occurred near the end of that journey. I don't. When I watch those recordings, I see someone who already encountered the mystery long before the final hours. The moment that troubles me most is still that first intersection. The instant I stopped, the few seconds where I stood motionless before turning away from home. Because every route afterward grew out of that decision. Something changed there. Something invisible, something small enough that nobody nearby noticed, yet significant enough to redirect an entire night. A night that ended on an empty embankment beneath a pale morning sky. Investigators spent years trying to determine how I arrived there. I've spent even longer wondering why I never turned back toward the apartment that was only minutes away, and whenever I revisit the footage from that intersection, I find myself staring at the exact same frame. A crowded city street, headlights moving through the darkness, people passing without a second glance, and me, standing still in the middle of it all, looking towards something the camera never captured. I remember the exact patch of ground where my grandfather was sitting, because I helped him choose it. The rain had started as a mist that afternoon, barely enough to darken the gravel road cutting through the reserve. The forest stretched for miles in every direction, thick with spruce, fir, and old hardwoods that had been standing longer than any of us had been alive. We were on a hunting trip that had become more of a family tradition than a serious attempt to bring home game. My grandfather was in his late 70s then. Arthritis had twisted his hands and stiffened his knees, but there wasn't a person among us who knew more about surviving in the woods. He could tell how long a track had been there by touching the soil around it. He could predict weather shifts better than the radio. If someone got lost, he was the one people trusted to find the way back. That is why what happened makes no sense. The area we hunted bordered an old forest reserve where vehicle access was limited. We had parked along a service road and spread out through the timber. Because of his knees, my grandfather wasn't going to walk far. The plan was simple. He would sit beside a large fallen cedar about 20 yards from the road while the rest of us pushed deeper into the trees. It was the safest arrangement possible. He had water, a rain poncho, a radio, and a bright orange vest. The road was visible through gaps in the trees. If he wanted to leave, he would only have to walk a short distance. Before I headed into the woods, I looked back and saw him lowering himself onto the cedar log. He gave me a wave. That was the last time anyone saw him. The first few hours passed normally. Rain drifted through the canopy. Wet leaves stuck to my boots. Every so often, I stopped and listened for movement, but the woods seemed unusually quiet. At first, I blamed the weather. Then I started noticing something strange. There were no birds, not a single call, no squirrels rustling through branches, no distant woodpecker, nothing. I have spent most of my life outdoors, and forests are never truly silent. Even during rain, there is always some sign of life. That afternoon felt different. The quiet seemed to press against my ears. Around 3 o'clock, one of our hunting companions emerged from the trees looking unsettled. He asked if anyone had heard a metallic noise. None of us knew what he meant. He described it as a sharp sound, almost like a piece of steel being dragged across another piece of steel. Not loud, not close, just strange. The sound had lasted only a second. We shrugged it off and continued moving. An hour later, we regrouped near the road. My grandfather wasn't there. At first, nobody worried. We assumed he had walked back to the trucks. The trucks were empty. We checked the road. Nothing. We called his name. No answer. The concern arrived slowly. Then all at once, within minutes everyone was searching. We checked the cedar log where he had been sitting. His radio was gone. His water was gone. There was no sign of a struggle, no footprints leading away, no broken branches, no disturbed mud, nothing. The rain had softened the ground enough that a person moving through the area should have left marks. We found none. As daylight faded, local deputies arrived. The search expanded. People spread through the surrounding timber carrying flashlights. Volunteers moved in lines. Vehicles crawled the roads. The assumption was simple. An elderly man with mobility issues had become disoriented and wandered off. The problem was that every piece of evidence argued against it. The next morning brought more searchers, then more. By the third day, helicopters were circling overhead. Maps were covered with grid patterns. Sections of forest were assigned and cleared one after another. Every road, drainage ditch, creek bed, and game trail was checked. The cedar log remained exactly as we had left it. I spent hours standing there trying to understand how someone could disappear from that spot. The road was right there. Even if he had become confused, he would have encountered searchers, roads, or open areas. Instead, there was absolutely nothing. Federal agents eventually joined the operation. That fact alone showed how seriously everyone took the case. Teams arrived with specialized equipment. Bloodhounds were brought in. The handlers seemed confident. They started the dogs at the cedar log. The dogs picked up his scent immediately. Then something happened that none of the handlers could explain. The trail simply ended. Not faded, not weakened, ended. The dogs worked circles around the area, again and again. Each time they returned confused. One handler admitted he had never seen anything quite like it. The scent did not gradually disappear as if weather had erased it. It was present one moment and absent the next, like someone had drawn a line across the forest floor. That observation spread through the search teams. Most people kept their opinions to themselves. Others tried to explain it away. Rain, terrain, human error. But the searches continued. Days turned into weeks. Large sections of the reserve were marked with colored tape and visual indicators showing areas that had already been checked. Miles of forest were covered. Crews climbed ridges. Volunteers crossed swamps. Searchers pushed through dense thickets where a healthy person would struggle to move. Nothing. No clothing. No equipment. No remains. No sign that my grandfather had ever left the cedar log. What bothered me most was the atmosphere. Every time I returned to that location, the silence remained. Not constantly, not everywhere, only around that section. Birds would be active farther down the road, then the sounds would gradually fade. The closer I got to the cedar log, the quieter everything became. I mentioned it to one of the deputies. He looked at me for a long moment, before admitting others had noticed it too. Not everyone, but enough. Some described the area as feeling empty. Others called it unnaturally still. Nobody could explain it. Months passed. Winter arrived. The official search ended. Unofficial searching never really stopped. Friends returned whenever they had free time. Family members checked old trails. People shared rumors and theories. My grandmother kept expecting a phone call. It never came. Then something happened that made the entire situation harder to dismiss. Another disappearance occurred. The location was not identical, but it was close enough to raise concern. A man vanished in a nearby sector of the reserve. Different age, different circumstances, yet certain details sounded disturbingly familiar. He had been with companions. He had briefly separated from them. Searchers responded quickly. Dogs were deployed. Grid searches were organized. No trace was found. The comparison spread through the community. People started connecting the cases. Law enforcement avoided speculation. Publicly, both disappearances remained unsolved missing person investigations. Privately, I think many people were unsettled. I know I was. Over the years, I returned to that forest many times. I wanted answers. I never found any. The cedar log eventually rotted and collapsed into the ground. New growth covered sections of the search area. Weather erased old markings. The forest moved on. The mystery remained. I still remember the companion describing that metallic sound. A brief scrape somewhere in the distance. 1 second, gone. Maybe it meant nothing. Most likely it meant nothing. But when your grandfather vanishes from a location where recovery should have been guaranteed, every detail starts to matter. I remember standing on the road long after the search teams had left. Rainwater dripped from the branches. The overcast sky turned the forest gray. Beyond the trees, the place where he had been sitting looked completely ordinary. There was no sign of danger, no sign of movement, and no sign that anyone had ever been there at all. I have spent most of my adult life teaching other people how not to die in winter. That sounds dramatic, but it is the truth. I worked in emergency medicine for years, and outside of work I trained constantly in cold weather travel, avalanche awareness, wilderness navigation, and survival. Friends joke that if anyone could get dropped into the middle of a blizzard and walk out safely, it would be me. That is why what happened still bothers me. Not because I understand it, because I don't. The trip began on a cold morning in the mountains. After several days of fresh snowfall, the trail we chose was popular, clearly marked, and familiar to everyone in our group. We were experienced hikers and snow travelers. Conditions were difficult but manageable. I remember adjusting my pack in the parking area while the sun was just beginning to strike the upper ridges. The snow reflected the light so intensely it made the entire valley look silver. I felt strong that day, stronger than the others if I'm being honest. That confidence became the most important detail of the entire story. We started together and moved steadily upward through deep snow. The trail wound through dense timber before opening onto a series of alpine meadows. The pace slowed whenever someone had to break through drifted sections. I became impatient, not angry, not reckless, just impatient. I had work waiting for me the following week and wanted to complete the route before dark. I knew the terrain, I knew the weather forecast, I knew the trail. At least I thought I did. When we stopped briefly near a junction, I told the others I was going ahead. We had done similar things before. The route was straightforward. We all carried communication devices and emergency equipment. Nobody considered the decision dangerous. I left them behind and continued alone. For the next stretch, everything felt normal. The trail markers appeared regularly. Snow-covered branches bowed over the path. Wind pushed fine crystals across the surface like drifting smoke. I moved quickly. Hours later, I reached a section where the trail followed a creek through a narrow drainage. The sound of moving water echoed beneath ice and snow. That is where my memory becomes difficult. I remember checking my position. I remember looking at a trail marker. I remember continuing forward. Then I remember standing somewhere I should not have been. The realization arrived all at once. The trail was gone. There were no markers, no obvious route, just snow, endless snow. At first I wasn't worried. Navigation problems happen. Even experienced people occasionally lose track of a path under heavy winter accumulation. I stopped moving. I pulled out my map. I checked my electronics. Everything worked. My phone had power. My locator beacon was functional. My emergency signaling equipment was intact. I had extra clothing, shelter supplies, food, and navigation tools. Objectively, I was in excellent shape, yet something felt wrong. The terrain around me didn't match where I believed I should be. I spent several minutes trying to orient myself, then more time, then even more. The feeling grew stronger. I cannot adequately explain it. It was not panic. It was not confusion. It was more like certainty. A certainty that moving forward would solve the problem, that if I just continued a little farther, the trail would reappear. Looking back, that decision makes no sense. Every survival course teaches the opposite. When lost, stop, assess, signal, wait if necessary. I taught those principles myself. Instead, I kept walking. The snow deepened, the terrain steepened, daylight slowly faded. I crossed areas that should have forced me to stop and reconsider, yet I continued. Hours seemed to disappear. Even now, I struggle to account for them. At some point, one of my boots came loose. I remember stopping to fix it. I remember kneeling in deep snow. After that, my memory fragments into disconnected images. Bare feet against freezing powder. A slope descending into darkness. The distant sound of rushing water. The glow of a screen. Then nothing. Search teams later told me what happened after my companions reported me missing. The response began immediately. Ground teams searched designated sectors. Dogs were deployed. Aircraft covered large areas. Helicopters flew repeated patterns over terrain that should have revealed obvious signs of a stranded traveler. Nothing. No tracks. No shelter. No signals. No indication that I was anywhere within the search area. That part troubled everyone. I carried multiple devices capable of attracting attention. All were functional. None were used. Searchers repeatedly emphasized that point. My beacon worked. My phone worked. My emergency signaling equipment worked, yet somehow none of it helped. Days passed, then more days. The operation expanded. Volunteers joined professionals. Entire sections of mountain terrain were examined repeatedly. Still nothing. The official assumption gradually shifted. People began believing I had somehow exited the original search zone. The problem was that no one could explain how. The snowpack was immense. Travel was exhausting even for healthy people. Covering long distances under those conditions should have left evidence. There was no evidence. Weeks later, long after many believed the search would never produce answers, a group of civilian skiers made a discovery. They found my body near the base of a frozen waterfall. The location shocked everyone involved, not because it was impossible to reach, because it was so far from where anyone expected me to be. The distance alone raised questions. The condition of the scene raised even more. My backpack was located separately. Inside it remained much of the equipment that should have saved my life. The communication devices, the signaling tools, survival gear, items designed specifically for emergencies. They had not been used. That fact remains the hardest one for me to understand. The person found at that waterfall was exactly the kind of traveler who should have relied on those tools, who trusted those tools, who taught others to trust those tools. Yet they stayed inside the pack. Investigators also documented something else. I was missing my primary footwear. The mountains remained buried beneath deep winter snow. Traveling any meaningful distance under those conditions without boots seemed almost impossible. Yet evidence suggested exactly that. The injuries created another mystery. The trauma was severe and consistent with a catastrophic impact, but the immediate area did not appear to contain an obvious elevated location capable of producing such injuries. Searchers examined the terrain carefully. Questions remained. No clear answers emerged. Over time, people proposed explanations: disorientation, hypothermia, poor decisions, terrain traps hidden beneath snow, a fall occurring somewhere other than the recovery site. Every theory addressed part of the puzzle. None addressed all of it. That is why the story continues to linger. Not because something supernatural happened. I have never believed that. The mountains do not need supernatural forces to kill people. Weather is enough. Isolation is enough. Human error is enough, but there are details I still cannot fit together. A marked trail, somehow abandoned. Functional rescue equipment never used, a massive journey through deep winter snow, missing footwear, injuries that seem disconnected from the surrounding terrain, and the simple fact that experienced searchers looking directly for me found nothing until chance placed skiers in exactly the right location weeks later. I spent years teaching people that survival depends on discipline rather than confidence. Most accidents begin with a small decision that appears harmless at the time, separating from a group, continuing instead of stopping, trusting instinct over procedure, believing experience makes you immune to mistakes. When I think back to that morning, I don't remember fear, I remember certainty. The certainty that I knew exactly where I was going. The certainty that I could handle whatever happened. The certainty that I would see my companions again before the day ended. What stays with me now is a different image. A frozen waterfall standing silent beneath winter clouds. Snow drifting across untouched ground. And a discarded pack resting nearby with every tool needed for rescue still sealed inside. I still remember the way the snow moved across the road that evening, not falling straight down, not drifting lazily. The wind drove it sideways in long white sheets that erased distance and flattened the mountains into pale shadows. Every landmark looked farther away than it really was. Every sound seemed swallowed before it could travel. I wasn't there when my brother disappeared. That's the part that has always bothered me. People assume that because of everything that happened afterward, there must have been some obvious sign, a warning, a strange phone call, a bad feeling. Something that would make sense looking back. There wasn't. The last day felt ordinary. My brother was the kind of person people pointed to when they talked about human endurance. He worked as a physical therapist and spent nearly every spare hour training, running, skiing, cycling, climbing. The weather that stopped most people barely slowed him down. He knew those mountains better than anyone I knew. That's why nothing about his decision worried anybody. That afternoon, he and a companion had traveled into the high country. The weather had already begun turning ugly. Temperatures were dropping fast. Snow was coming in heavier than forecast. At some point, they reached a transit drop-off point along a route they both knew well. My brother decided he would run the rest of the way home. For him, that wasn't unusual. The distance wasn't remarkable, the terrain wasn't unfamiliar, the conditions were difficult. But he had trained in worse. His companion watched him leave. That was the last confirmed sighting. When I think about it now, that's where the story should end. An elite athlete runs through bad weather, gets delayed, eventually arrives home, and laughs about how miserable the conditions were. Instead, hours passed, then more hours. His domestic partner called people he knew, friends, training partners, family members. Nobody had heard from him. At first, there wasn't panic. The weather explained everything. A dead phone battery, a detour, a temporary shelter from the storm. Reasonable explanations kept presenting themselves. But by late evening, those explanations started falling apart. He wasn't answering messages. His vehicle remained where it should have been. Nobody had seen him. His partner was pregnant and trying hard not to imagine worst-case scenarios. Still, concern had become impossible to ignore. The next morning I drove to his house. The wind had calmed, but the world looked frozen in place. Snow covered everything. I expected to find him inside, exhausted and embarrassed by the attention. Instead, his absence filled every room. His running gear wasn't hanging by the door. No wet clothing. No footprints leading away from the house. No sign he had ever arrived. That was the moment the search truly began. At first it was family and friends, then local volunteers, then hundreds of people. The operation expanded with astonishing speed. Everyone knew knew who he was. Everyone understood how strange the situation was. A person could disappear in the mountains. That happened, but not someone like him. Not on a route he knew by memory. Not under conditions he was prepared to handle. Search teams spread across valleys and ridges. Snowmobiles covered roads. Volunteers walked frozen shorelines. Aircraft searched whenever weather allowed. Military personnel joined the effort. Search dogs were brought in. Thermal imaging equipment scanned huge sections of terrain. Each new resource arrived with the feeling that surely this would be the breakthrough. Surely somebody would find a track, a piece of clothing, a shelter, anything. Instead, every day ended the same way. Nothing. Weeks passed. The mystery deepened. People started examining every possibility. Maybe he suffered a sudden medical emergency. Maybe he fell into a concealed depression hidden by snow. Maybe he became disoriented during whiteout conditions. Each theory sounded plausible for a few minutes. Then someone would point out another problem. He was exceptionally fit. He was experienced. He knew exactly where he was. The route wasn't wilderness in the traditional sense. The pieces never fit together. As winter dragged on, stranger theories emerged. Psychics arrived. I wish I were joking. Some appeared on their own. Others contacted the family directly. They described visions, specific locations, unusual encounters, predictions. We listened, because people become desperate when answers refuse to appear. Most of the information led nowhere. Still, every lead received attention because no one wanted to overlook the one clue that might matter. One rumor gained momentum after searchers focused on areas near remote waterways and routes occasionally used by illicit border crossing networks. The suggestion wasn't based on evidence. It grew because people couldn't explain what had happened. If exposure couldn't account for it, then maybe another person could. Maybe he had encountered someone unexpectedly. Maybe a confrontation occurred. Maybe he witnessed something. Maybe he was taken somewhere against his will. Theories multiplied because facts remained scarce. Months passed. Winter slowly loosened its grip. Snowpacks began shrinking. Ice started breaking apart along lakes and shorelines. Searchers returned repeatedly to sectors already examined. What had been buried beneath snow during winter was becoming visible. I remember the phone call. I remember the silence before the words arrived. I remember understanding immediately that everything had changed. A body had been found. The location made no sense. That was everyone's first reaction, no matter what theory a person favored. The location felt wrong. The remains were discovered in a shallow body of water far from the expected route. Far enough that experienced searchers struggled to explain how he had ended up there. The spring thaw had exposed what winter concealed. For months, people had passed relatively nearby without realizing the answer was waiting beneath ice and snow. I drove to the area later. I shouldn't have. Part of me needed to see it. Part of me hoped something about the landscape would finally explain everything. Instead, I stood beside cold water and felt more confused than ever. The place wasn't dramatic. No towering cliffs, no obvious hazards, no clear reason, just still water reflecting gray sky. Investigators worked carefully. Everyone wanted certainty. Everyone wanted a sequence of events, a path from departure to discovery, but certainty never arrived. Questions remained. How had he reached that location? Why had nobody found him sooner? What exactly happened during those missing hours? The answers never came. People often assume unresolved cases contain hidden revelations, that eventually someone discovers the missing piece. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. In our case, uncertainty became permanent. The search ended. The mystery remained. In the days following the recovery, another life entered the world. His partner gave birth to their child. The timing felt impossible to comprehend. Grief and hope occupying the same room. Loss and beginning existing side by side. I remember holding that baby and feeling the strange weight of legacy. A person gone, a future continuing. Everyone searched for pieces of him in that child's face. The shape of the eyes, the expression, the tiny movements, anything. Years have passed since then. The mountains remain. The lakes remain. Winter still arrives with the same wind-driven snow. Whenever I drive through that region, I find myself looking toward the route he intended to run. I picture him moving through the storm exactly as as he had countless times before, confident, strong, certain of where he was going. Then I reached the point where certainty ends, the place where an ordinary training run became a national search, the place where explanations stop. What stays with me isn't fear, it's the absence of an answer. An exceptionally fit man vanished in terrain he knew well, within a landscape he had crossed countless times before. Hundreds of people searched. Dogs searched. Aircraft searched. Volunteers searched. Entire sections of wilderness were combed again and again. Yet winter held its silence until spring finally uncovered a still patch of water beneath a gray mountain sky.